Sri Nrsimha, Jai Nrsimha, Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva, Jai Nrsimha, Jai Nrsimha, Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva, Paladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Prenga Paladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Prenga Jai Nrsimha, Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva, Jai Nrsimha, Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva, Paladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Prenga Paladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Prenga Sri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Prenga Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Prenga Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Vihari Radha Madhava Kunya Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Vihari Oh Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivardhari Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jana Vallabha Maharaja Yasodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Raja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Vihari Kunya Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Vihari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Rama. One more time, please, everybody sing. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna. A little louder, please. Krishna, Krishna. Hare, Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Jaya Palad Singha, Palad Singha, Palad Singha, Jaya Palad Singha. Jaya Palad Singha, Palad Singha, Palad Singha, Jaya Palad Singha. Sri Palad Nrsimhadeva ki. My dear devotees, let me just ask Gokula one thing, and Krishna also. Gokula, kommst du bitte mal? I will ask in English, is it technically possible for you, if Krishna gives you the recording, that you play this over the loudspeaker? Okay, just yes, a link, yeah. Please prepare this now and give me a sign when you are ready. Also wenn du das sobald du möchtest hast, gut. So, Hare Krishna. My dear devotees, dear guests, dear friends, we all have assembled from various towns and places in Europe to participate in this great annual festival of Nrsimha Caturdasi. There is a verse in some of our songs. Bhaktivinoda Thakur sang this, where he speaks about the tremendous benefit which you can have when you take part in a Vaishnava festival. You know, when we are coming to a festival, it's very important to have some inner orientation. I think, like all of us, when we first arrive here, we have to somehow, yes, we have to somehow find our place and our purpose. All of a sudden, we are surrounded with many faces we don't know, and yes, everything is different. There's a schedule which starts quite early, 4:30. Before that, we take a shower. That is quite early also, and there are so many in the bathroom which we don't know. And the whole festival is quite out of our, let us say, normal experience. So we need to connect to it. We need to see where is the benefit, what do I do in this festival to make the greatest use of my time and my visit. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur gave a wonderful orientation for a devotee who comes to a festival, and I want to sing that for you. It's from the song Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu. Madhavati Bhakti Janani Jatane Palana Kori Krishna Vasati Boli Paramadare Bhori. I shall carefully observe Krishna's holy days, such as Ekadasi and Jamashtami, Nrsimha Caturdasi. For these holy days, not holidays, holy days, are mothers of devotion. No? Like a mother gives birth to a child, when you are on a festival day and observe the festival, your devotion can take birth from you. Knowing that Krishna himself is present in these holy days, I, with great regard, accept them as my residence. I will go there, I will stay there during these holy days, and I know Krishna, I can meet Krishna here. And even more important, the devotee says, I want bhakti for Krishna, because only when the eyes have bhakti in the heart can you meet Krishna. I have seen many guests coming to these Vaishnava holy days who could not see anything else except the pizza. But they can see the pizza also at the Italian pizza shop. There's nothing special. They didn't have the eyes to see more than what they usually see. They didn't have the eyes to see the extraordinary, which is there at the festival. That is Lord Nrsimhadeva is present, or Krishna. Oh, Srimati Radharani, according to whose festival you are celebrating. And you can meet the Lord during these festivals. Therefore, devotees like to come from wherever they are and celebrate the festival. I saw some of you came in tents. When I look out of the back window, I can see, and I hope there will be no storm for you, because when the Lord appears, it is quite a natural phenomena will happen there when the Lord enters our atmosphere. Good. So from this song we learn, we observe these festivals for two things. What do we want to happen with our eyes? We want to see through bhakti. Premanjana chuta bhakti vilochanena. This bhakti gives us the eyes to see. And whom do we want to see? Whom do we want to meet? Oh, you're not listening. What should I do with you? The Lord. We want to meet the Lord during these festivals. No? And you can only meet Him if you have bhakti. I must really warn you, when you are here celebrating the festivals, do all these activities which open your spiritual vision. Do not criticize. Do not engage in a loving affair with your mobile telephone. Hare Krishna. At least a little less, try to do all those things which awaken your spiritual vision, which make you all these things which bring more bhakti into your life, so that you can actually perceive Lord Nrsimhadeva. In August 1970, Srila Prabhupada gave one class in Los Angeles. It was before he would start a world tour. He had in his mind to stay a long time traveling, because he wanted to start the Krishna consciousness movement in India. And he wanted to build temples in India. And he did not really know at that time if he would ever return back and see these devotees who were before him in the Los Angeles temple, if he would see them again. Also, Prabhupada was quite elderly at that time, and he did not know if he would come back alive. He thought it could be his final journey, where he would leave America and go to India and give us his body. So this was a little, a tense atmosphere. And during this time, Prabhupada gave a lecture, which I request you to listen to. And Prabhupada will ask us in the lecture to chant some mantras. So you please chant along. We will ask our Gokul. Hare Krishna.
Everything all right? Chant Nrsimha mantra. Namaste Prahlada Ladadaini Hiranna Kasipu Vivaksa Atanka Nakalaye Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Nrsimha Raye Nrsimha Raye Nrsimha Nrsimhadyam Saranam Prabhadye Tava Pada Kamala Bhare Madhuta Srimam Lalita Hiranyakashipu Tano Vrinam Keshavadrita Nagarirupa Jaya Jagadishari Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Nrsimhadev may save you. Lord Nrsimha, Allada Daine, and to the Hiranyakashipu, Silatanka Vidhai. Both ways, Krishna is protecting. And Vishnu, you see, he has got 4 hands. In 2 hands, he is carrying Shankha Chakra, and in 2 hands, Gada Padma. This Shankha and Padma is for the devotees.
Conch shell and
Gada
lotus
and
flower.
Chakra for the demons.
Club and fire.
Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Jada jada hi paritranayam sadhunam vinashaya duskrit. He has got 2 business. To give protection to the devotee and to kill the demons. But the result is one. He does good to the demons by killing him, and he does good to the devotees by giving him protection. So Nrsimhadev will give you protection in my absence.
So Nrsimhadev will give you protection in my absence. And after that, Srila Prabhupada says he will go first to Japan to print some of his books, and then to India to make some temples. And he leaves the devotees with an advice. He says, my advice to you is, I'm an old man now. Even if I may not return, you shall continue this Krishna consciousness movement. And then he explains how his devotees, young devotees, could continue the Krishna consciousness movement. It's an advice to all of us also, because he will explain 6 principles that are important if you want to stay a devotee and if you want to also continue on the spiritual platform. He says the first principle on the path of Krishna consciousness is enthusiasm. Yes, and of course, yes, Sadhu Sangha is also correct, and he says, if you lack enthusiasm, then the other things will not happen. This to remain enthusiastic means to be strong spiritually. When you are weak spiritually, I don't know if you sometimes experience this, then the enthusiasm goes down. Have you seen? And when we asked for protection for Lord Nrsimhadev, it's not just physical protection or emotional protection, that we can be, confident and not be discouraged. No, we ask for protection from Lord Nrsimhadev on the spiritual platform. And that means, my Lord, please let me keep my spiritual enthusiasm, that I'm more enthusiastic to read Prabhupada's books than engaging in non-devotional activities. Let us say like this. No, it requires enthusiasm, means a certain feeling in the heart by which you can become victorious over this lower nature in you. It's a beautiful lecture. It's very, very brief, and those of you who like to hear it completely or or even have a print out of it, you can. It's the lecture August 2nd, 1970 in Los Angeles, where Prabhupada taught his devotees to chant this mantra, because the Lord, this will invoke the Lord's presence in your life, and then Lord Nrsimhadeva will give you all kinds of protection, even if I, Prabhupada, am not present with you any longer. No, this is a very moving lecture, I find, where Prabhupada takes care of his disciples and his followers, for that matter, and tells them that by the Lord's mercy, by Lord Nrsimhadeva's mercy, it is possible to remain enthusiastic, patient and confident on the path of Krishna consciousness. Fine. I promised you something which I became aware of only 2 days before coming here. Or actually no, yesterday, only yesterday. There is a very interesting work. It is compiled, the notes and the verses were compiled by Gopal Bhatta Goswami, and it was then written by Sanatan Goswami. So it has a double authorship. It's called the Hari Bhakti Vilas. Bhakti or devotion for Hari, and Vilas means it's a wave in an ocean. So there are, I don't know, 18 waves, maybe 17 or 18. And Srila Prabhupada in the Chaitanya Charitamrita describes what is in all these 17 or 18, I don't know right now, chapters, which are called waves. He gives an exact description, and he said that our worship of Krishna should be inspired by this book. He wrote to one of his pujaris, read this book and then put together a guidebook on archana or worship of Krishna. I wanted to say this before because this will help us to appreciate the authority of this book. Hare Krishna, our devotees from London have arrived. Haribo, so nice to see you. Have you known that Akash is coming and Abe? And oh, you all kept it a secret. Wonderful. So this book is a guidebook how you can practice your Krishna consciousness, and there is something which is so amazing that I thought to first tell you this book is all right. Prabhupada says it's an authoritative shastra because you will see in a moment. It was quite amazing. It answers this part. This book answers a question which Prahlad Maharaj asked Nrsimhadeva. One day Prahlad came to the Lord and said, Namaste Bhagavan Vishnu Nrsimha Vapushe Namaha. O Lord, O Vishnu, I bow down to you. O Lord Nrsimhadeva, I offer my obeisances. I have a question to you. I'm your devotee, but there's something on my mind which I really wish to know. Then he says, what is his question? Swamim stvayi mamutpana bhaktir bahuvida katam. O Lord, could you please tell me, how did I develop such intense devotion for you? O my Lord, kindly tell me, how did I become your devotee? Isn't that an interesting question? How could Prahlad ask for all of us? How could it be that I became, for instance, I wanted to become something else before, when I was, I had made totally different plans for my life. If I would tell you, you would be amazed. It was totally different than this. But it's not so interesting. Why should I speak about myself? But then I remember one day I was sitting in the Himalayas. There was a storm around me. I was on the pilgrimage to take my bath in the source of Mother Ganga, where she originates. And I was sitting there, freezing. And the storm was raging, threatening my very life, you know. I didn't know if I would ever get to the source of Mother Ganga. I did not know. So I thought, why in the world did I end up like this? I should be somewhere in Europe in a nice little house on an island with warm climate, you know, and here I'm sitting freezing. I don't know if I will be able to reach the source of Mother Ganga, nor do I know if it's safe for me to walk these paths, because I heard when the storm is there in the Himalayas, you better don't walk on these small paths, because very often it is seen that the storm picks up people and throws them in the abyss. So my question was, how did I end up like this? How did it come that I came into this situation? So Prahlad Maharaj asked this question also. How did I land up here? No? Then Lord Nrsimhadeva says, "O greatly learned one, O my son, listen carefully as I explain to you the reason for your devotion to me that has made you very dear to me. Listen carefully." And then he tells this amazing story. In another time, in another place, you were born as the son of a Brahmana. Your name was Vasudeva. What was his name? You know everything. Your father was very well versed in the Vedic literature. He lived in the city of Avantipura and was known as Vasusharma. He used to perform fire sacrifice every day. He was satisfying the demigods by performing the Agnishtoma sacrifice. He did not know what is a sinful activity, nor did he do anything. His wife was also very pious and humble. She was famous in the town and also throughout the 3 worlds. She was always very eager to serve her husband. This pious Brahmana, what was his name? No, you're not listening. Vasusharma, this pious Brahmana, begot 5 sons. How many? Finally. These sons were all learned and they were devoted to their father. You were the youngest of these 5, and you were the exception. You, Vasudeva, became attached to a prostitute. You became accustomed not to drink lassi, but to drink wine, and you performed so many sinful activities. You never ever studied the scriptures. Most of your time was spent in the house of the prostitute. I think no one of you knows, but you can imagine what people who stay in such a house do. They break all the 4 regulative principles, usually. They eat things non-vegetarian, they drink, they spend their time with card plays and other gambling activities, and they also do not practice chastity. I mean, they're there to break this. Now, maybe you know, when you have, maybe you have seen people who have such type of association. Is it harmonious, their relationship with others? Never. They quarrel. When you do sinful activities in a relationship, your relationship cannot be harmonious and balanced. There's always, due to this tamas and rajas, these relationships are usually full of quarrel. It often goes to the knife point, you know. I've heard many things because I'm a preacher. So because of that quarrel, you lost all your appetite and you didn't have your meal that day. And also because you were so shocked, there must have been a very intense quarrel, when you broke up with that lady, you didn't feel like sleeping in the night. Now this day happened to be my appearance day, Nrsimha Caturdasi. And without planning it, you had done 2 very nice things which one does on this day. One doesn't eat. Tomorrow, fasting day, up till after the sun goes down. No? And you did not engage in any sinful activities on that day. And then Nrsimhadeva says, because of unknowingly observing this vow in relationship to me, throughout the entire day and night, both of you became purified and got many, many pious merits. And then Lord Nrsimhadeva says, do you know why Brahma can create? That's it. Because he observes Nrsimha Caturdasi. That's why he gets the power to create. Do you know why Mahadev? Who's Mahadev? What is his other name? Shiva, yes, has his extraordinary potency that he can take care of a whole town of demons, you know, and the Tripura city. He observes Nrsimha Caturdasi. And then the Lord gives many, 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 many benefits from observing this. He says, women who cannot have children get children because they observe Nrsimha Caturdasi. And what else? You can have a kingdom, wow, because of observing Nrsimha Caturdasi. It's a whole list of things which are a little Kamakanda-like to entice the materialists to follow this, but you are all devotees. You don't need all these things, or don't. In a way, it's not the game. You gave up all this in order to get bhakti, no? And then he says, Lord Nrsimhadeva says. So, what did he say? I want to find this for you. I don't. Yeah, I'm just here. So both of you became purified. Also the prostitute became purified. In her next life, yes, the prostitute was born in heaven. Oh, as an apsara. And after enjoying life there immensely, she entered my supreme abode, O Prahlad. You will also have that same result. You will come back to me in the spiritual world. I just want you to stay a little bit here because you should preach the glories of devotional service, and then you will enter my eternal abode. So even if on Monday, that's the day after Nrsimhadeva, not all of you go back to Godhead in a vimana. Best is you spend your life afterwards in the service of Krishna, and then it is all Nrsimhadeva, and then it's sure you will get this wonderful result of attaining bhakti or prema bhakti and return to Krishna. So you might now ask, well, what do we have to do? Well, it is said on the morning of Nrsimha Caturdasi, one should get up, one should take a full bath, become very clean, and then pray to Lord Nrsimhadeva, my Lord, please allow me to observe this festival day. And for devotees, it's very simple what they do. They should not eat the whole day up after the sunset, after the Lord has appeared, and then they should worship Lord Vishnu on this day. We have a wonderful program with many ceremonies, many kirtans, lots of opportunity to worship the Lord. These two things you should do. Huh? I know some of you have already planned their meals. One in the morning, breakfast, then noontime, then afternoon, fruit offering, then evening, and then night prasad 5 times. Maybe you consider to do these 5 or 6 or 7 times, or whatever is your number, the day before, and the day afterwards. But on this day, you could maybe do this and use the extra time to stay in the kirtans where you worship Krishna, where you sing, and so on. We have, of course, started to serve out prasadam during these holy days, but it started really when the mothers of children came to us and said, we need to breastfeed our children, and we need to have some food to transform it for our children into milk. And also small children began to say, hungry, hungry. So for these, of course, there is an exception. But why not be a little strong? Why not be a little determined? Why not be, dare I say it, a little enthusiastic? And endeavor with some conviction to obtain the mercy of the Lord. You will not feel fasting as anything difficult. In fact, you will praise that on this day, finally I give my overloaded system a little pause. you will feel when you can engage yourself in spiritual activities. That's the rule. In spiritual activities, your mind should be on something else. My dear devotees, I'm telling you this because it is high time. There is not much more time for those who want serious spiritual life. The days are turning into weeks, the weeks are turning into months, the months are turning into years, and the influence of Kali is not becoming smaller, it becomes more pronounced. So before it's too late, it's important to extricate ourselves and come on the side of determined and enthusiastic and blissful spiritual practice. And such festival days, if you observe them nicely, you will actually get that inner strength. See, for Krishna consciousness, to stay on the path of Krishna consciousness, it is important to have inner strength. The strength and determination which is required to say no for Maya, to Maya, even when she stands in her attractive forms before you. This strength is not physical strength, it is spiritual or inner strength. And actually this strength comes due to blessings. The spiritual strength, because it's so different from material strength, is not something that is easily attained. It is attained with the help from the Lord, from above. Also, to practice Krishna consciousness, you need to be a little brave, a little, how do you say, courageous. Prabhupada once spoke about this being brave in Krishna consciousness. He was on a morning walk with his devotees in Calcutta, and they passed the Victoria Memorial. So Brahmananda asked him, that building there was built for the king when he was coming? Prabhupada says, no, that was built in memory of Victoria. This is a queen, no? It was done imitating the Taj Mahal. It took 20 years. Sir Rajendranath Mukherjee of Martin Company, he took the contract. Prabhupada is so informed, no? He knows who was the contractor of this building. And after finishing, he got this title, Sir. And when it was being constructed, I was also there. I went to the top by climbing up the scaffolding. Do you know what is scaffolding? In Deutsch, das Gerüst, das Baugerüst. Scaffolding is, what they build outside. Yes, we have just on that other wall, no? So Prabhupada was climbing up as a little boy this huge building. It is like it's like an Indian skyscraper, not New York skyscraper, but it's really good. Brahmananda said, so you must have been very brave. Prabhupada answers, yes, I'm still brave. And then he laughs. Otherwise, how could I come alone to preach Krishna consciousness? I'm still brave. So all the devotees go, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Some astrologers, says Prabhupada, told that this boy, for executing his purpose, he will enter into the fire and walk through it. So this inner strength, which is necessary to go and stay on the Krishna conscious platform. It's necessary to have these 6 principles in you. Enthusiasm, that's an inner strength. And then being patient, even when for many years you don't yet see Krishna or darshan, be patient and nishchayat, firm conviction. Prabhupada says this. Following the rules and regulations, that's also important. You need strength for this. And sato vrite, dealings, very straightforward. No diplomacy, no politics, no duplicity, no underhand dealings. Prabhupada says. And then sadhu sangha, the association of devotees. You need strength to keep this up. The whole world goes in one direction and the devotee goes upstream against that direction. He needs strength for that. The whole world is full of distraction from the principles of Krishna consciousness. Huh? Some of you have seen the distractions. It's becoming every day more and more. You need to say no at times. There are times when you know, I have to take myself out of this now. Otherwise, I will not survive in my spiritual life. When the whole world is loud and noisy, the devotee is silent. And when the whole world is silent, the devotee calls out loudly, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Nrsimhadeva. It means he needs strength to go against that current of Maya. And for that, Prabhupada points his devotees to Lord Nrsimhadeva. He said so beautifully, Nrsimhadeva may save you. So Nrsimhadeva will give you protection in my absence. So this is my little tune-in session for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I have also something private, more personal to share with all of you. By Krishna's mercy, we have been to this Singhachalam. We came at the beginning of the pandemic, now it's over. And we came also, I think, on 2 other occasions here in the last year. And now this is again, we are again here. And the devotees from our little ashram, we always talk after we have been to the festival in the car, when the impressions are still fresh, you know, when we have gone maybe a few hundred meters and we still hear the goodbye kirtan of the devotees rolling over the hills of Bavaria. We turned to each other and said, so what was the event that struck most to you, that touched you most? And very often, all of us in the car, we talk about intimate moments we had with the deity. An intimate or personal moment, maybe that's a better way to say it, is when you stand before the deity, maybe after a class or during the day, and pray to Lord Nrsimhadeva. Or personal moment could be that during a kirtan you are singing and you look at the deity and you sing the holy name in a prayerful mood. That could be a personal moment. And what we always, wonder, we wonder about this, is that the Lord seems to care, how do you say this in English, care for us. And it's surprising. I think the greatest surprise for all of us is when we notice that someone loves us. What? Me? I can't understand how someone can love me, you know. So when Krishna loves you, or you see that Krishna takes care of you, you go like, what? How is it possible? But this katha which we have heard, it's from the Brahmanda Purana, it's quoted in the Hari Bhakti Vilas. It shows that the Lord really is very, very attentive to any little sign of the conditioned soul where he turns to him. Just imagine these two misguided lovers, who they quarrel, and out of disgust, they don't eat anything. They keep the meal, and they stay in a. I heard another narration that after this they went somewhere, and the night came, and each separately entered a broken down temple and stayed in the night in the temple, crying tears. Tears which happen when a relationship breaks up, and this was the night of Nrsimha Caturdasi. So we have today recited from this Brahmanda Purana, which is picked up by Gopal Bhatta Goswami and Sanatana Goswami and put in the Hari Bhakti Vilas. The idea is the Lord, any little thing which we do, the Lord takes it very personally. And you know what? Krishna is not only attentive to you when you start praying consciously to him. Krishna, or Lord Nrsimhadeva, is attentive to you throughout your conditioned journey, because he is there as the Lord in the heart. You may have given him up, but he has not given you up. He is there with you in that most personal space, the space of the heart. And when he sees just any little sign, even something which was not fully intended, then he becomes activated. Hare Krishna, Sri Nrsimhadeva ki jai. I wanted to chant with you also a mantra, another mantra. This mantra is the Maha Mantra for Lord Nrsimhadeva. Please repeat after me. Om Ukram Viram Mahavishnum Jalantang Sarvato Mukam Nrisingham Vishanam Bhatram Mrityo Mrityom Namamyam. Om Ugram Viram Mahavishnum Jvalantang Sarvato Mukam Nrisingham Vishanam Bhatram Mrityu Mrityom Namamyam. Om Ugram Viram Mahavishnum Jvalantang Sarvato Mukam Nrisingham Vishanam Bhatram Mrityo Mrityom Namamyam. Om. Beach mantra for Lord Nrsimhadeva. Shrom. It's Shrom. Shrom. to the fiery, fierce, brave Lord Mahavishnu, to the all-illuminated one, to he who is omnipresent, to Lord Narasimha, who is terrible in appearance, yet gentle, to the death of death personified, I offer my obeisances. Krishna. He's fiery, he's brave, he's the death of the death personified. When I was entering into the temple room, I saw Govinda coming out with a sword. And I thought, wow, we are in an intense temple here. Some devotees sometimes think, oh, so heavy, Nrsimhadeva. Fierce and fiery. Tomorrow we will hear a little bit about that aspect of the Lord. But you know, this is loving fierceness. When you see that the most beloved person in your life is attacked, then your love for that person will manifest in an apparently different way. You will become very fierce, and you will stop the one who attacks, maybe the child which you love so much, or you know, my point is, the anger which is here manifested is invoked due to love. So when Lord Nrsimhadeva is so fiery and so on, it's because he is not he is upset with Prahlad Maharaja's demoniac relative, his father, who wanted to kill him, and he manifests in these forms. We will hear tomorrow. You will not believe your ears. You know, I will have to say a few times, viewers' discretion is required. You need to see what you can take, you know. Krishna. So good. I will end here. I will see if you have any questions which you might like to ask at this point. Yes. Prabhu, what is your good name again? Oh, Subal Gopal. Subal Gopal, yes. Usually there's a switch, yes, in the bottom, which you have to flick. Subal, maybe you just massage. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Maharaj, for the nice lecture. I would like to ask, you talked about that the sinful activities of the materialistic people, they can't have harmonious relationships because of that. And oftentimes they also have in my mind a lot of those rajas and tamas and those material attachments. This also blocks my relationship with the Lord and also the devotees. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that, how to deal with this.
Yes, yes, yes. When there are these sinful activities or sinful thoughts, you know, our movement suffers a lot from criticism, which is engaged in all circles of devotees. This comes really when we are a little bit attached to our own little world. This is where it starts, from the false ego, the ahankara, and now this mood, aham mameti, will give rise, for instance, that I can't deal with another viewpoint without getting upset. But when it goes a little bit further, this I and mine, you think of enjoying. You have heard of the 10 offenses? And if you go down the list, you come to the 10th offense, it says, to remain attached to I and mine, no? Mameti, and not have complete faith in the holy name. So it's very interesting that from this item, this thing, you know, being attached to I and me, being self-centered, listen to this. This is the subtle beginning of all the other offenses. Because you are attached to I and mine, you may want, if you are a guru, to have many disciples, followers, and you then tell people who are not qualified about the glories of the holy name. When you are attached to I and mine, you are interested in the Vedic scriptures, but only in those parts which are like karma kanda, and you think the chanting is also good for me, not for Krishna. When you are attached to I and mine, it gets now grosser. You are engaged in sinful activities as a devotee, no? To commit sins on the strength of chanting. This is not for outsiders, this is for us. Because outsiders don't chant. We are addressed. So if this goes on, this aham mameti, it manifests more and more. And the most clear form of this aham mameti is when you criticize devotees. That's the first of offense. Huh? So when you go back from the tense, you find more and more clear manifestations of aham mameti. The clearest is to commit offenses against devotees who are spreading the holy name. It is, yes, these are, you know, aham mameti, Prabhus, that's what every one of us, at least, I don't know everyone, but at least I still suffer. You know, this, I am Sacinandana Swami, these are my views, these are my books, these are my projects, these are my programs, and so on. If one is not careful and checks this and understands, this is all Krishna's, I'm only the servant of Krishna, no? Then one is in trouble. And one, from this aham mameti, so many things can manifest. You will find it very interesting. In Ayurveda there are two types of diseases. One can be cured, the other cannot be cured. The diseases which can be cured with herbs and massages and panchakarma and so on are diseases which come from an imbalance of the three doshas. It's an imbalance in the body that can be cured. But there are diseases which are the result of sinful activities, and these can't be cured with medicine. Have you been in situations where you had a disease and you took this medicine and that medicine and this healer and doTERRA super spray and you know, and this and that, but it just didn't work. You went to one Ayurvedic clinic after another. It did not work because these are karmic reactions which cannot be removed by a pill, you know, an Ayurvedic pill. No, they can only be removed by two things: by abhyasa, that is practice, and vairagya, detachment. You have to detach from certain material activities. You have to perform tapasya. You have to be strong in these two simple letters. No. No, I'm not doing it. So this is yes. If you find your heart is sometimes compromised, and I think this is Subala Gopal. This is the situation of every sadhaka in the world. He has to confront this situation. And if you find yourself compromised, you do need to look at two things in your life. That is your practice of devotional service, but also your vairagya, your detachment, where you practice. And tomorrow, that's why tomorrow, this day, when you perform this little tapasya, where you don't eat up till after sunrise, after the Lord has appeared, then this is as a Krishna-centered activity. Imagine, the Lord has not yet appeared. How can you eat? You have to wait until He comes and then eat. I'm sorry, I'm putting this a little, pinching you a little bit. I know I'm not a modern devotee, but at least we follow the scriptures. This is good. Tapasya is necessary for us. It's in our interest. It is not in our interest to follow the path of the senses, because they lead us to discord, disharmony, and superficial life, which we can't put up in balance for long. It always falls here and there, and the other there. Krishna. Subala Gopal. Beautiful name, Subala Gopal. Subala Gopal was initiated by His Holiness Krishna Chaitra Maharaj, maybe 2 months ago or something like this. Yeah. Good. I saw someone else. Yes, Prabhu. Your good name? Vashal. Vashal. Wonderful.
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
You were talking about the deities, and the question comes to my mind: is there a difference of intensity of reciprocation of feelings with the deities? And if yes, does it depend on the different form of the deities, or does it depend on the rasa the devotee has with Krishna?
In general, to understand Krishna consciousness, you need two things. Not just philosophy. Philosophy alone cannot present the full picture of Krishna consciousness. You do need, especially when you approach Krishna, what is called rasa, or a taste. Lila and tattva, pastimes and the truth that Krishna is God, is necessary to understand Him. Lila is necessary for understanding the playfulness of our Lord, the smile of our Lord, the dance of our Lord, and this all falls into rasa, no? What we mean with taste in Krishna consciousness, our relationship to Krishna. Philosophy is also called tattva, the truth. It is the fundament of your Krishna conscious practice. And on it, resting on it, is this rasa, that the relationship with Krishna, which comes out when you hear about Krishna's personal activities. So the relationship with Krishna happens in a very natural way through service. So if you serve Krishna, then he reciprocates with you in some ways, and then a rasa happens, no? A taste which is happening in a relationship. So yes, the deity will respond to you. I will talk now a little bit more clear, in the degree in which you are surrendering and serving him. No? Ye yatamang papadyante tangs tataiva. But some of you are Brahmins, you should know. Tams tataiva bhajamyaham. No? Mama vart manu vartante manusya pata sarvashaha. No? In the degree in which you serve or surrender to Krishna, he will reveal himself, he will reward. It's one of the most fundamental laws of bhakti. What you give, the Lord gives back 1,000 times, but you need to start. Have you been in India to try to make these Indian pumps work? You know, you can do it like this for a whole day. Nothing comes out. It's like a donkey, you know. It sounds like a donkey. But the moment you put some water in the pump, and then you go, then it comes all out. This is how, a simple analogy. You need to give something to Krishna. Where is your glass of water, your little service which you do? And once you do this, the Lord responds in a way that is much, much, much more than what you ever can hope to give, what you can ever hope to be able to put into on your own strength. But the Lord, it's called priming the pump. No, I've learned this new expression from Krishna Chaitra Maharaj, priming the pump. No, you need to put something in it, then the Lord comes. So when tomorrow, for instance, let's be, not tomorrow is Saturday, Sunday. No, we get Saturday. We have to be a little careful with our going to bed. This is a problem on a festival because there are so many wonderful souls, and we want to speak them and speak to them. It's so important. It is very, very tempting to spend long hours. There's so much to talk, especially when one is in the Mataji body. It's really not so easy to exhaust the subject matters. So there is so much to talk, and that's important, has to be done, must. But we have to be clever. Nrsimha Caturdasi, you want to make sure you're getting up properly and you are energized, and then you pray to the Lord, my dear Lord, please give me the strength to observe this festival to your pleasure. I will fast, and I will on this day worship you in kirtan, and I will be there for the ceremonies and all. And then pray to Lord Nrsimhadeva, and really you will see there's so much reciprocation that you will ask, like Prahlad Maharaj, what happened to me that I'm now so attached to you? See, he asked the Lord directly, what happened? And Nrsimha said, you observed Nrsimha Caturdasi. And then I granted all this bhakti to you, so that now you are my dear devotee, who is an exemplar for devotional service, for many devotees who will come in the future. All right, I think we should end here. Who is taking care of our guest of honor if he is arriving? I think there must be devotees outside, isn't it? Advaita Singha, we are expecting the Consul General who will talk to us. Mm.
I don't know if you arrived yet.
Yeah, I think he will. When you see someone, be kind and why are you? No, he's the first time here, so you need to show him around. And good. So we will just sing for 10 minutes, and then we will end the class. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Aibo, Aibo. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Ibo Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Oh Marupati, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama. Hai bo, hai bo, hai bo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Please, everybody sing one more time. Hare Krishna, Hare one more time, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Nrsimha, Jai Jai Nrsimha. Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. O Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha. Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha. Nrsimhadev, 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 Jai Jai Nrsimhadev. Jaya Jai Nrsimhadev, 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 Nrsimhadev. Jaya Jai Nrsimhadev, 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 Jai Jai Nrsimhadev. Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Ki bajayo jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha No jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha Ki bajayo jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha Jaya Gaura Chande Adhika Shobha Jana Paramarasa Sankha baje Gandha baje Madhur 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 baje Je Gandha baje Madhur 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 baje Sankha baje Gandha baje Madhur 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 baje Gandha baje Madhur Madhur Sankha baje Gandha baje Madhur 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 baje Sankha baje Gandha baje Madhur 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 baje Hari bol Hari bol Hari bol Nita Gora Hari bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Baho Koti Chandra Jini Vadana Ujvala O Koti Chandra Jini Vadana Ujvala Baho Koti Chandra Jini Vadana Ujvala Vadana Ujvala Gala Deshe Vanamala Kore Jhalamala Kore Jalamala Gala Deshe Banamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shukhana Radha Preme Gada Gada Sukhana Radha Preme Gada Gada Shiva Shukhana Radha Preme Gada Gada Shiva Shuka Radha Vakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Gaurara Sampada Vakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Ki bajayo Jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha bajayo jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha yo jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha Dana vitata vane jagamana lobha Dana vitata vane jagamana lobha Gaurangera rote shobha jagadana mana lobha Gaurangera rote shobha jagadana mana lobha Hari bol, Hari bol, Hari bol, Nita Gaura Hari bol, Hari bol, Hari bol, Nita Gaura Hari bol, Hari bol, Hari bol, Nita Gaura Hari bol, Hari bol, Hari bol, Nita Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Swaminitina Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pastyatya Dashatarine Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pastyatya Dashatari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Pralana Singha, Pralana Singha, Pralana Singha, Jaya Pralana Singha. Jaya Pralana Singha, Pralana Singha, Pralana Singha, Jaya Pralana Singha. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Pramanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Rajakacharya Astotra Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Abhay Charan Aravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की जय। श्री वृंदावन धाम की जय। श्री मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय। श्री सिमाचलम धाम की जय। गंगा माई की जय। जमुना माई की जय। भक्ति देवी की जय। तुलसी देवी की जय। सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय। युग धर्म हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय। श्री श्री प्रहलाद लक्ष्मी नरसिंहदेव की जय। शिला प्रभुपाद की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि। All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste. Prahlada Radha Prahlada Radha Hiranya Kashipur Vaksha Hiranya Kashipur Vaksha Shilatanka Nakalaye Shilatanka Nakalaye Ito Nrsimho Parato Nrsimha Ito Nrsimho Parato Nrsimha Yato Yamitato Nrsimha Yato yato yamitato Nrsimha. Lahi Nrsimho Hridaya Nrsimho. Lahi Nrsimho Hridaya Nrsimho. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Tavakara Kamala Vade Nakam Aputa Singam Garita Hiranya Kashipu Dano Pringam Keshavatita Narahadirupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Kamaravade Nakam Bhutasingam Gahita Hiranyakashipu Dano Pringam Keshavatita Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Javakara Kamalavade Nakam Aputa Singam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dano Pringam Keshavatita Narahadiru Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Javakara Kamara Aputa Singam Dalita Hiranyayan Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Kesavati Nara Hare Rupa Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Kesavadita Nara Hare Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Kesavadita Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva Baladesha Jai Padma Mukha Padma Pringo Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva Baladesha Jai Padma Mukha Padma Pringo Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva Baladesha Jai Padma Mukha Padma Pringo Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva Baladesha Jai Padma Mukha Padma Pringo Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimhadeva Baladesha Jai Padma Mukha Padma Pringo Jayo Nrsimhadeva 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 Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha Prahlad Nrsimha Prahlad Nrsimha Jai Prahlad Nrsimha Jayo Narahari 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 Jayo Narahari Jayo Jai Nrsimhadeva 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 Jai Nrsimhadeva Jayo Jai Nrsimhadeva 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 Jai Nrsimhadeva Bhagavan Nrsimhadeva ki Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Layo Nrsimhadev, 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 Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jayo Nrsimhadev, 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 Nrsimhadev. Jayo Narahare, 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 Jai Narahare. Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha. Shri Nrsimha, Jai Nrsimha, Jaya Jai Nrsimhadev, Prahladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Pringo. Nrsimha, Jai Nrsimha, Jai Jai Nrsimhadev, Prahladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Pringo. Jayo Nrsimhadev, 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 Nrsimhadev. Jaya Jai Nrsimhadev, 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 Jai Nrsimhadev. Jayo Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nrsimhadeva ki.
Now we will have a consul will speak, give a speech. So maybe we can make a little space, and until then we can make a little bit.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, dear Maturya Muni. Nrsimhadeva Bhagwan ki jai. Shri Caturdasi Mahamahotsava ki jai. Hare Krishna. So I'm very glad to have the honor to introduce Sri Mohit Yadav to you. He's the Consul General in Munich for Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. So we're very glad he joined us. We had a very nice discussion with him. So we will invite him now to give a speech. And directly after his speech, we can all focus our attention towards the ceremonies happening outside, the Garuda Homa that's taking place outside, so we can move in this direction. So please, a big round of applause for Sri Mohit Yadav.
So, when I was told that I would come to the ISKCON temple, it was a deeply personal thing for me. And the reason is a very simple one. it is lies in my name. And if you see my surname or my family name is Yadav. So in one sense, I am descending from the entire family line of Yadavs. Lord Krishna, Hare Krishna is my family deity, and in every single family event, he is a very strong part of that. He remains with us, whether we celebrate any festival or when we talk about life in general. So for me, one of the most guiding principles in my life has been from the Bhagavad Gita, and it goes like this: Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana, which basically means that all of us have only one thing in our hand, which is to do our duty, to do what is rightfully there, to do our jobs. And ours is not to wish that I would get this reward or that my work will lead to a specific outcome. The work itself is my true reward. This is one element of Bhagavad Gita that I was given as a child, and I carry it from that day to this day. It could be the most difficult of circumstances. I have failed many times in my life. At every time when I've failed, I've always thought about this. Because failure can put you down. It can put your spirits where you feel that whatever you've done, whether what you did was right or not. But with this simple mantra of Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana, it's helped motivate me even when I was down in the valleys and not able to think about tomorrow. It is this simple mantra which kept me going no matter what I faced. And even now, it could be handling an important diplomatic assignment, or it could be reaching out and sharing my personal feelings with all of you here. It's that thing which motivates me. So it's personal to me. So I thought I'll share that with you. So thank you for listening to that. One element of Hare Krishna, Lord Krishna's life, again touches me deeply and personally. When we celebrate Diwali in my home, then we start with the first chapter of Mahabharata. In that, the first shloka is Dharam Kshetre Kurukshetre Samveta Yutsave Mam ka Pandasya Kim Kurvat Sanjay, which basically says, in this battlefield of Kurukshetra, what is it, Sanjay, tell me, that these people are doing, they're facing? My children and the children of my brother, they are gathered here today, ready to fight with each other. What is it is that they're doing? So this is actually the first shloka of the Bhagavad Gita. And it puts in place that before this, if you take back, there was a whole series of arguments, negotiations of whether we should go to battle or not. Though the warring side, the brothers who were 5 in number, they knew that righteousness was on their side. All the arguments were in their favor. And they were the ones who'd been wronged. And they deserved what they had built, the city which they had lost. Despite being totally right, and they're asking that justice should be done to them. But that justice was denied. and they were forced to go to war. Now in that moment, when the war was imminent and it was going to take place, at that point of time, Lord Krishna said, let me try and go for peace. Let me try and find out a negotiated settlement. So he went, he tried to reason with them. He tried to talk to the other side. And he wanted peace at all cost. When people said, despite these wrongs committed to us, how can you go and ask for peace at this stage? We must go to war. But he said, no, peace is so great. Peace leads to prosperity. Peace leads to progress. War leads to destruction. So we must try and work and talk about peace. So he went and spoke to the other side, which was unrelenting, but he tried to persuade them. And then at the last dais, or the last offer, he said, you give us, instead of this whole kingdom, you just give up 5 villages. So he took that spirit of compromise and wanted to have peace there. So that is his message of peace, which remains connected with me. That we should, in our daily lives, no matter what the arguments that we have with our family members, with the loved ones, or with our friends or foes, but we must try and find out the middle path and try and compromise and ensure peace, not only within ourselves, but also for ourselves and also for the world around us. So that is the second message which I take from Lord Krishna. And the third and the last message which I take from his life, Lord Krishna's life, which he talks about, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. Paritranay sadhunam vinashaya diskritam dharma sanstapinarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Which basically means that whenever there is a rise of untruth, so to save the good, to save the good people, and to destroy evil, I will be reborn again and again. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I wanted to share these thoughts with you. I hope you enjoyed listening to them and keep with them for some part of your life. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Gauranga, Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. We're very, very, very glad that you came and visited us. And we already planned to our next visit. We have the 40-year anniversary, as most of you know, on September the 5th. And we're glad that the consul is agreeing to come again. And we have some plans that we might disclose when they're ripe. So please stay in touch and come again to our next festival as well. And we'll have the honor to welcome Sri Mohit Yadav again with us. Hare Krishna. Hare.
Thank you very much for inviting me. While you are celebrating 40 years, India is also celebrating 75 years of its independence. This is a festival that our Prime Minister inaugurated last year in March, and we are celebrating it over 2 years. We are doing a series of events, and there is something that we've talked about. If we can fulfill that, we'll be really grateful and honored. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me and listening to me.
Maharaj would like to say a few words as well.
Yes. Really, it was so inspiring to listen to you, but to see a high-ranking person who has come to a high position in his political career, talking so, let us say, with so much conviction and commitment and Shraddha, faith about Lord Krishna's words. That is great inspiration for all of us. So you can see not only we German devotees, but high-ranking politicians are following Lord Krishna. This is very, very nice. Thank you very much for also sharing so personally your insights and your convictions. Yes, please stay as long as you wish, but please come back. That is our great desire. So let us all greet our Consul General by loudly and affectionately calling Haribol!
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So now before we continue with the amazing yajna, our priests have been very patient and they're ready to start any moment. But just a short practical announcement. We have a car, a Volvo from Czech Republic with the number 68T7820. And it's standing in the parking lot where we park the caravans. So please, if you remove it, our parking assistants will show you where you can park. Thank you very much. Nrsimhadeva Bhagwan ki jai. So now Amara Prabhu, Dhiranitai Prabhu, Antayami Prabhu, Ramananda Gopal Prabhu will commence and inaugurate the event in a very ritualistic, amazing way with the Garuda Homa and also the Garuda deities outside, so we can remain inside and do kirtan from inside, but we will turn facing each other. We'll make a line. We should open a line here, so Garuda and the yajna is directly visible from the altar. And we can focus in 45 degrees towards the outside, so you can anytime look as well to the Lord as well. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Okay, jetzt schon, ja? Ja. Okay. Nicht fragen. Und dann können wir
Wir gehen jetzt ganz kurz verabschieden.
Ja. Okay.
Hare Krishna. Ja, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Aber die Kabel gehen nicht so lang. So, so weit wie es maximal. Dann rutschen wir ein bisschen. So lang wie es jetzt ist. Und dann einfach kurz abnehmen.
Tell me when you want to stop. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tava Kara Kamala Vare Naka Madhuta Shringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Maybe you can ask him.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna. Oops. Gokula, can you please? Oh, yes, it's tuned down. Yes, okay, I have to. Let me go here. There's more safe. Please do take your seat. Please sit down. Oh, it's all right like this. It's all right. It's good. Good. So, Hare Krishna, please find your seat. We will not keep you very long, just very briefly we want to say, you have seen this was the beginning of the ritual part of the Nrsimha Caturdasi festival. I just want to say something about a ceremony, a yajna. The yajna has its own language. What I want to say is you do not necessarily need to understand all the different procedures, all the different steps that are taken in the yajna, but just by being there, it speaks to your soul. Srila Prabhupada gave once an analogy. He spoke of the thunder. No one knows the language of the thunder directly, but it speaks to you. You know, oh, now soon some natural phenomena will take place. So, what I know about this yajna is scanty, is a little bit short, but I have here my man, Amara, and he will just tell us something about the event, the flag hoisting and the pacifying of the Dikpalas and all. It's nice if you have some general idea what is happening. Then you will have more benefit.
Oh, schön, es geht. Yes, Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Make it the long term short. The first ceremonies of any festival are called Adivasas, which means to enter into a spiritual realm. Yeah? Okay. And like this, the priest also has to meditate before he starts the ritual. Actually, the ritual is something what you do external, but you visualize in your own meditation when you chant those mantras for what purpose it is. And as we are living on this Bhu Mandala, I always say Bhu Mandala, on planet Earth, so we are bound by the material nature, particularly by the element of earth. So the earth element is very difficult to overcome. It's connected to Tamagun also. So any mantra, which is the subtlest of the subtlest entity, to go through these material is very difficult to get. Therefore, the external ritual helps us to meditate to achieve the goal. That's one of the first steps a priest has to do. And because the festival here, on particular this place, has been already done for 40 years, and there had been many changes, but one of the main thing always stayed. We did focus on the Lord, and in that time space at least, we never tried to, do other things. Therefore, the priest do a sankalpa to fix oneself in the ritual and be absorbed for the whole festival. You can do it ritually with kanchana, means rakshabandha, with a red string around your waist, wrist. But the more important thing is that you meditate. So all of you are invited to be like, your internal priest, to focus on this time of the festival for the most benefit, not just for us, but for the whole German yatra, you can say, but also for your friends, family, everybody. So then this festival comes a special meaning. It is not just any festival we celebrate, but we celebrate something what is really superior to all the festivals which are normally done in this Bhu Mandala, could say. Huh? And the Dikpalakas, which are around this temple, they are normally eight places. They're called Bali Pitams. So Bali means food, any food you are there. So they are visualized to come and enter into that space, to seal that space as a holy site. So therefore the Bali Pitams, most of the people don't understand, and sometimes they put a suitcase on it, or take some rest on it. But actually these are spaces for the Dikpalakas, means the Dik are directional devas who are the servant of the Lord. And there in our Vaishnava fold we have like 8 very main, protectors of a temple. And they're called Kumuda, Kumudaksha, and Shankukana, Vamana. It's not a Vamana avatar, but it's a form. It's a 2-hand form. It looks very ferocious. So they have like teeth, and have a sword and a shield. And this sword is for cutting illusion. The shield is for protection. So these devatas, they are like called now to protect this festival, that we will have a very focused and very spiritual atmosphere for this time. So I wish you all the best. Be here, be in present, don't be in past, don't be in future, and just celebrate with us this beautiful festival, Nrsimha Caturdasi 2022.
Hare Krishna. So this is a little orientation what we were doing. We were invoking the 8 directional guardians of the space. The sacred space is created. You saw we were hoisting a flag. Garudaji is here looking over it, and I liked very much Amara Prabhu's telling us that all of us should be our priest, our internal priest, where we come here with full presence. we take part in everything, and we are not in the past, we are not in the future, we are just here celebrating Lord Nrsimhadeva's appearance day. I can well imagine that after this festival you will all come out transformed and maybe fly back to your places with wings that have grown, wings of enthusiasm. Having said all this, this is the closure. Maybe devotees would like to continue with a little kirtan, that's up to you, but now we are slowly ending the festival for today and getting ready for tomorrow. All the best, and Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Those who play kartals, please play very softly, because this is the night kirtan for Lord to go to bed, and we have to be a little bit slower, those who play mridanga, and then we can have a nice kirtan. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Oh Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Everybody, little louder. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Little louder, please. Everybody, one more time, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Hey, bo! Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Prahlad Nrsimhadeva ki, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Oh, glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hari Hari Bol. So, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for waiting and singing. And see you all tomorrow. Good night. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.